think that's good. All right. Gotta get some water. Close the door. Alright. Burning hot in this room. But it's fine. Okay. Alright. So, welcome back. I kind of abruptly ended the stream last time, I think. I don't know. I was too tired. But, so, we're gonna be working on the next user story now, because off stream I finished the last one and I also added a bunch of stuff. And basically the entirety of today I've been trying to refactor the menu system to be way better, just like last time I think. And I also I changed every single data model to actually have a proper setter. Yeah. So now there's a couple of things that might look a bit different, but yeah, overall pretty much the same thing, right? And as you can see here, this is our next one. So this is add song. That's what this user story is. So we're just going to be going off and making our own tasks here. Might as well just do it in here. It's way easier. And I'll just like throw them onto GitHub later. So I'll stop to be able to add a new song so that users can have more songs to listen to. So either way, we're gonna have add song data models. Now what are we doing in this one? Well, what are we trying to accomplish, right? We're trying to add a new song as a staff member. So there's the data models. Do we really need anything? Not really. I mean, yeah, data models is pretty useless. There's not much to say here, because all of this is just the same model. We're just making it so you can actually add those models. So I actually say DAL. The data access layer. Do we really need anything else? We already have the write methods, so no, I don't think that's here either. Because this is just all input. This is all input, right? I feel like everything here is going to be that. Maybe BLL has something. Select a new song, enter a new name, name cannot be empty. Enter release date, has to be in that format. Can enter release time, has to be in that format. The staff member can select an existing genre from a selection menu. Can enter a description. Search for artists, select multiple artists. View the entered data, can confirm their choice. Show not to enter that confirmation. No, that's just searching. Is there even any logic to be had here? I feel like everything here is presentation layer. Every single thing is presentation layer. Holy shit. Okay, so that would be, yeah, add, so update, what do we want to update then? What is the last one we used? Which main menu? Yeah, main menu. We're gonna update the main menu with So add song option, which I guess then we have to say add song. New, I guess it would be, well, okay. There's not really a song menu because the song menu has, that's the song data menu maybe, but it's different, so that's it, just add song menu. Just make a new one of all the data that we need to add. Right? Then we're gonna have a public class add song menu inheriting from form menu, which is a new one I added today. We're gonna do this. Fields, ID, name, so ID, name, what else does the song have again? I forget. Remind me data model, song base, right? Okay, so here we go. So name, genre, description. Okay, yeah. This is also in the wrong order, just realizing. This is still in that order. Oh yeah, okay, so genre, release date. Now release date is a little more complicated because release date takes like multiple inputs. Well, what it would be, right, is like you would have a day, you would have a month, and a year. And that would just be a consecutive like line of menus, right? You choose a day, it sends you over to a new menu. You choose a month, it sends you over to a new menu. You do a year, and then that stops it and brings you back all the way back to a specific other menu. So just say that those don't take you over to the next, so don't remember it, and just say this stop return. So that returns you back to the main like song menu. Which means I really just need a release date thing, and then I can also say that there's time, right? And add the time in there. All possible, you know? What else do we have? Description, right? Now it has to just be filled in and have it be not empty. ID, name, genre, release date, description, audio, file, then say artists. Now artists is a little harder because you would have to basically do a search, right? So you would search, you get some results, send you over to a new menu where you can select something, and selecting that would end up giving you the one you select, then it gets added to the list of artists that you're then going to eventually do something with, right? So, yeah. And then it would print it by comma separated values. And then if you wanted to remove one, I guess I would also have to add a remove option. Like a remove last artist or something. I don't know. That's my guess. Okay, so we're gonna have a void ID. Well, no, we don't need an ID. ID is useless. Void name. Train name use input logic dot is not empty for validation. That's all we need. And then we're gonna need void genre. Menu genre. Menu object with all existing genres. Then we can have a void release date. Okay, calls new. This one's hard. Property menu int, I suppose. You can make it even smaller, really. You can just use short because it's never going to be more than. You can even go byte. You can go byte. I mean, that's like the lowest you can go for day and month, and a year would require it to be a short. Let's do a byte. That's a funny idea. With 1 to 31. Months. Fitting that day count, or by years 1970 to 2020s to date time dot today dot year. So basically the epoch time all the way until the current year, right? Pretty simple. Yeah, so basically, yeah, all should be a separate menu. Followed by or rather I should just do like with, then do this. There's 1 to 31. (1970 to 2020), sorry, the daytime dot today dot year as short. New menu, with the last one not being remembered. There we go. There we go. Not added to let me Yep, there we go. So that is our release date. That's a lot of steps, but trust me, this is a much more efficient system than trying to get a date by like typing it in. Like, you want to avoid strings as much as possible. The only time you really need strings are for name and description. For the rest, you never need it. Because trust me, you do not want to show every single string combination. Simply just listen, a single character can already have 65,000 possibilities. That's already over 6,500 pages. Plus, my memory would not like that. My RAM would absolutely kill me. So, it's just impossible. But yeah, those are the only things you truly need to do through input, I think. Anytime you have to put in even a search term, for example, that's a string. That's something you can't just choose out of like an option menu, right? But a release date, that's steps. That's different steps, right? It's days 1 to 31. Mom's fitting those days, which is 1 to 12, depending on what you entered. And then maybe those would have like a specific name getter, though. It would map to a specific thing, which I guess you would make an enum for. I guess there would be something to throw into data models. Have to make a new enum. Another new enum. Well, this one would just be toString, though. It would just be toString for the enum, because that's pretty simple. Or you can add a switch, I guess. Both work. I mean, it's like, yeah, considering you're doing a whole date, like, chain, and we might have to redo this multiple times. I might have to make special methods I might have to make special classes for this because it is property menu byte, obviously, for days 1 to 31, and then fitting those days would probably be like a switch for the things that exist. Well, not a switch, no. No, it would 100% be an enum, and then you would check which ones fit and which ones don't. And then, yeah, considering you're going to be repeating it, it might be better to just make a whole menu for it. Say that menu leads to another menu. Yeah, because you would have to define what the select does, right? So we might just make a new menu for that. But this is like if it's like one thing, right? And maybe, well, no, then again, you could say the setter isn't actually a setter. We just change the setter to new menu. And then that new menu would then also call a new menu. And then that menu would then return, right? After entering it. So that would just be simple and you're done, right? Yeah. I think that's how you would have to do it. And then you can make that whole chain one simple, like, menu, I guess. I mean, all you would need is a constructor, so it's pretty simple. What else do we need to do? Description. Yeah, I mean, again, just check if it's not empty. Well, no, the description can be empty. Prompt, entering a description. No validation needed. Outside of maybe, what is it on Newgrounds? Like, it's a good question to ask, because you don't obviously want it to be infinite. And you can add an infinite amount of characters. Right? I doubt that Newgrounds has, like, an infinite amount of characters you can use for your descriptions. Right? And this is already like... Now there is the problem of \ends, and well, I guess what you could say is like you can choose an option maybe of either throwing in a text file, or you could do that, I guess. The idea is you can't do a \n. You can't. Trust me, I've tried multiple times to try and make an input collector. It's just not worth it. These types of descriptions are best done with some type of separator. Just say, hey, keep going to the next one, right? An actual like text editor is really hard to make in a console-based application, which is why I won't do it. But yeah, I would say there probably is some maximum. I don't know what the maximum is. 12,288. Input logic has. I have that right in input logic. Like some type of thing where you can just construct a new thingamabobber. It's logic, utilities, input logic. Has minchars, not max. So I would have to make a new one to check if it's maximum. It would be the opposite of this. Just have a has max chart that does the exact same thing, but now it's minimum. Which in that case you would probably want to have like some type of like middle ground that also has like a Boolean based system, which is more of a predicate actually. Yeah, you'll probably have some like combining one that's like private. That would do it, right? Yeah. So that's, yeah. That has max chars, which we'll have to add as well. 12,000 for validation. Right, again, some things to add every in one place or the other. Okay, void audio file. I don't know how to do this one, because this one isn't okay. Because this isn't like a console application. This is a console application and not like a an online thing. I can't actually like prompt you to like choose out of your files, and I don't think I can access all files either. What you could do is access all allowed files, possibly. Access all allowed MP3 files. I think that could be, yeah. That would be a logic thing though. That'd be like, I guess, file logic, and then getting every single, yeah. The get all files given value MP3 files with MP3 extension and all visible files, and create new property menu, I guess string. Yeah, I guess a string which you can then convert into, okay, the object for selection. later. To byte array later. Found our readable bytes. Later, right? Now, we obviously have some type of like confirm, override void, confirm, considering this is a whole lot of like things, you probably don't want to make a song data thing, right? Have a song data that you can then insert. To be fair, that's probably the only way we should be making like constructors and such. The override void confirm. What are we gonna do in the confirm? Entered data. Should I just do like a confirmation password again? Just have that be a default. Should always enter your password before you do any staff member action. To be fair, that's probably a good idea. Time you're filling something in, there should always be some type of thing of, yeah. If entered confirmation password matches staff member's password, otherwise error message is printed. Should add new song object to database with song logic dot add song. Or this isn't actually the end, right? Because we also have an artist. This is a hard one. Get artist, I guess it would be. This one's hard because we want to do a multitude of things, right? We need a, yeah. We're gonna call, we're gonna create new property menu artist. With a given search term. And get artist is allowed to be empty at first, I guess. Well, not really. Okay, this is the hard part, right? I think artists should be able to create themselves, because some artists can have no songs. That's allowed. Right? That should be allowed. So, term setter adds shows an artist to artists list artist property, right? That would be obvious. And confirm is when you're actually done. Shouldn't show up. Oh yeah, that's something else we also have to do. We're gonna need the override bool fields filled. Turns true if name, genre, release date, description, audio file, and property has more than has at least one artist object. I think that's it. Yeah. I think that covers all of the things we need to do, right? Yeah, that should select all. So this right here can be added as @songpl. So let's paste this. Yep. Okay. So priority should have risk. How much of a risk is there? Medium, maybe. Story points, pretty high, I'd say 8 or 5. No, 8. There's definitely some challenge to this. Yeah. Now, in this, we can see that there are a couple things that we're going to have to add in these other layers, right? So we're going to do add song BLL, because either way we're going to need some calculations. Yeah, here we go, file logic. So that's going to be public static class file logic, right? We're just going to have what exactly should this have? Well, it's going to have a public string array, get all files with string extension, gets all visible files of the user, if possible, obviously. Maybe you can't do this, because again, this is the whole thing of like, where do you draw the line between privacy and user friendliness, right? It's really hard to tell. User given the specified extension, array of strings. And that's all you really need to do for that. File launcher just needed that, really. For the rest, I mean, just doing that, right? We're gonna now, okay, that's it. We don't need to do anything in DAL this time, but just add song data models. Let's add maybe maybe we can say public enum month. Might even just define the enum within the class itself, because it's so like specific to just that. You could do a switch, but an enum is way better. Basically, starting at January equals 1. Right? Because these are actually like names. And these, yeah. Yeah, so we need an enum month. But for the rest, I don't think I really need anything else. So we'll just make these their own tasks as well. And then we're pretty much done already of making tasks. So add song BLL, create a draft, blink. This one I'm unsure about for now, but nope. Guess my stomach again. It's really hot in here, but yeah. Oh wow, it's already fucking 8:30 p.m. Damn. This one's really easy, so like 3, maybe not even 3, just 2. Maybe even 1. No, just because it's, I'm not sure about it, 2, right? Could have, because I'm not sure. I would say high, because this is like something that can actually cause issues. And now let's do add song data models. There we go. This one is simply just an enum, and that's it. For now, I don't really know what else to add. This is one of those that I can't really place very well. Score points 1, barely. Risk low, priority should have, I guess. Okay. So either way, PL is going to become a issue, because yeah, we're gonna have to like work this down. The other two though I'm unsure about. I mean, we can attempt this. I mean, okay. If we just take this into consideration, right? We always start with data models. Let's go into data models. Make a month.cs file. Namespace data.datamodels. Public enum month. I mean, I've literally seen this before being done, right? So it's just going to be January equals 1. February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Yep, 12. Okay, nice. So now we gotta technically document everything. Don't know why this is a requirement. Okay. Represents numeric constants for months. The month January. Ready to see this be done. February. March. April. May. June. Don't even know if I'll keep this, but we'll see. Right? October. November. And December. Okay, cool. That's that done. Mark that off. I should also compare these to an issue. Already set this to done. That's on VOL, which we're gonna do right now. Okay. So the next one is a little more complicated. And I'm not sure if this is even possible or if it's genuinely like ethical. But we'll attempt it. I guess I could rename this to file utils. So logical movie. Namespace logic. Holy shit, man! Why is it so warm? Why is it like burning hot? Holy shit. So here we go. Public, static, string array. So string extension. How does this work? Okay. Directory dot create directory. Enumerate files. Go to search through all visible files of C#. Because like, to be fair, I think I've looked this up before. Okay, so you begin from a user area, so start directory equals environment dot then folder path, I think. Then what was it that I had to do? Dot user profile. So okay, so that's our starting directory. Info equals new directory info given start directory. Now what does this have? Attributes, time UTC, full name, extension exists. Okay. Okay, so you have to look through the has flag. And then recurse into subdirectories. So you recursively call that so you can go into the next. So yeah. So first you do for each variable file info in dir info, be a little more clear I think, dot get files, and this is your base case basically. So within here is our base case for the recursion, which is going to be I think, right? No, okay, if not hidden and not system, you actually have to return that. You have to return that, so I would just say like an IEnumerable string. So if not file info dot I think dot hash flag attributes dot hidden and not file info dot attributes dot hash flag attributes dot system. So for that we're going to need to find wherever system is. System. If neither of these scenarios are true, so if neither of these are true, we're going to say yield return. What was it? File info dot full name. Yeah, full name. But I also have to do an and. File info dot name dot ends with extension. There we go. So there we go. That's just for the current one. After that, there's this. Okay, so now for each directory info subdirectory in directory info dot directories, get directories, we want to say get all files extension, and then the path we're gonna have to do this for a private thing, wrong way. Private static string get all files extended extension, and also string directory string root, right? And then that we throw all this into there, right? And we're gonna say subdirectory dot full name, probably something like that. Yeah, subdirectory dot full name. So we have this. This would be a root. And then the public version, we're going to return. Let's just do this, get all files, extension, and then environment dot nope. Oh no. Extension, but also environment dot get folder path given user profile. Might be easier to just say bool hidden equals this bool system equals this not system, and extended, then you'll return it. Right? Simple enough. Attributes clearly an email, enum, or enum, however you want to say it. Wait, so how would the recursion end? How is yes, okay. But these are identical. So either way, there wouldn't be anything there. Well, either way, so you need this. You break. Maybe. I don't know. Would yield break even work? I don't know. You can't do a return. Yield break as a return. Well, I don't think that recursively works. I don't think you need hidden in the system if it's already been checked. Right, you just need to do that. Doubt that this works, but gets all files with a given file extension that are publicly visible. The extension to look for in the files turns an array with an enumerable collection of string file paths containing the provided extension. What else? Oh yeah. Class for handling file operations. Okay, now tricky part here is what would this do, right? If I were to test this, say I ran like each variable path in file utils dots get all files with .mp3. I want a console.arrayLine that path. Do a console.readLine at the end, right? If I do this, let's see what this does. If this works at all in whatever way it's meant to work. I mean, it probably doesn't. It's probably a bunch of nonsense with files that I need to fix. Nothing was found. No, I don't want to go into console right line, Jesus. No, I wanna. Okay, I wanna. Okay. Okay. Right, it's gonna get the files. There's a file info. Windows.xml. Bucket config. This is. Alright. Well, can I like try to skip over to this? Okay. Okay, it has a subdirectory, right? It goes into here. Didn't like that one. Assuming some type of bug occurred there. Like if I throw this into here, right? Nope, no bug. That's strange. Why does it just end? I try to go into it and it just ends. Okay, listen, what is going on here? Unhandled exception, IO exception. The handle is invalid. Okay, well clearly there's some error going on here. Some exception occurred here. And make sure this is not try it again. Again, it just kind of breaks. Oh yeah, there's a path too long exception. So I guess it has to be try throw all this code in here. Tab it all. Catch path too long exception. Catch IO exception. Maybe instead of an IEnumerable string, that I would have like a string array of like, let's say it's just like a list of strings, right? New list string, right? Because it's on these things. It's not yield return, but just say files.add files. should be turn. Took a bit to go through it, but it did go through it. This is one of those async things, I think. I need async for this. Okay, yeah. Okay, that works. You just gotta give it time. Is there any way to improve performance on this though? Because right now it's pretty slow. What would make this perform better? Well, I mean, of course we're using recursion. That's probably one of the biggest problems. You could put a while loop over the whole thing and just say that it goes and does continue there. But that wouldn't make sense because you would need to somehow keep track of a stack. You would need to put something into the stack, then pop it off that stack after it's done, and then add it to it. Wow. It's fun stuff. No, but how else would you make this? Okay, if I remove these, just do a catch. Rank exception, whatever this is. It's never going to throw a rank exception, so I want to see if it throws an exception. Nope. Perfectly fine. Okay, this is full name. What if I just do name? And do name. I think the subdirectory should be the full name, but you know, I don't know what that would look like. Yeah, it takes a while to like do this, right? Yeah, okay, so that's just all of the things. Yeah, how do you? Because right now what we're doing, right, is we're doing this recursively, which isn't the most performant. I personally have no idea what I would need to do to make it like better. I mean, I'm thinking of maybe making the while loop and then like doing a stack so that we remove recursion entirely. Oh, instead of get files, use enumerate. Yeah, that's a fair point. Enumerate files. Let me try that. Let's see if enumerate changes. Let's see how much better it becomes. Enumerate. Because then it's an IEnumerable, right? So let's see how long does it take now. Just the same amount of time, pretty much. That barely shook off anything. Oh. Use file.get attributes path directly for attribute checks. Oh, you can just use, instead of file info, directory info. you can just get the attributes and do something with that. Because right now what we do is we make a directory info, but we can also say, I guess, file attributes. Attributes equals file.get attributes root. Also has another overload. That would be a file handle, but we don't need that. So wait, is that the attributes thing? Yeah, right. Yeah, so that's, so if no, this is directory attributes, and they exist. Because attributes is a, if I say new directory info, for example, given root, then attributes is a file attributes thing. Yeah, okay. So, no, that is right. File attributes, attribute, not get attributes, root, which means I can say attribute dot has flag and then directory dot enumerate files given root. Yeah, don't make objects of it, because objects obviously take up all, create this whole overhead. I don't remember what this is. Okay, so the search pattern is anything. Can this search pattern be the extension? Because that would make things way faster. And then I need some, well, I need some type of search option dot top. What does this do? Includes only the current directory in a search option. Okay. Guess that's a thing you can do. Let me say, well, you can say if not attribute dot has flag, not attribute dot has flag, and file, which already gives you a name. Well, if that, okay, might not even need that. I can just say file, and then again we can say directory dot enumerate directories from the root. No search pattern. I don't know what the search pattern would need to be. String the system and the directory info. Oh yeah. Be a string subdirectory. So that would be the subdirectory, right? So how did this go? I have no idea if this even works, but let's see. Let's see what this does. Takes way longer. If it even works at all. Because now it's just like, it's infinitely trying to find something. If it found anything. It didn't find anything, so there's clearly something I did wrong. File path and director.enumerate files. Asterisk. and dot ends with extension. Try it again, see what that does. Yeah, so now it works again. But of course we're doing it by asterisk, but wait, what is the search? Is it, what if I say dot asterisk dot, followed by extend, what are you doing? Fucking stop, what are you doing? I don't care, go away. I don't care, go away, Jesus. See, that loads nothing. How does this work? How does the search pattern work? Also, apparently a Q is way better here. A Q, you say? How would a Q work here? Well, okay, how does the pattern work? Like, if I look at what they want me to do here. Contain a combination of valid literal path and wild card characters, but those more regular expressions. I don't care! Why does it keep doing that? That does work. The question though is, how would you even do this with a Q? So it's saying add them to the queue, and then, okay, so what are you doing exactly? So you're getting all the files of that directory. I guess you would need to add like some type of like a Q string, Q equals new Q string. Okay, let me look up breadth first search directories. Try and dive deep into this. Because I know nothing about this. You have that, and you enqueue the root path. While queue.count is more than 0. Say current directory is going to be dequeued. Then you get the files and enumerate them. So you do it for all the files, then you do subdirectories and return back to the top. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, so the way it works is you say q.enqueue root, rename directories, and then we'll say while directories.count is more than 0. Stop! I don't care. Okay, so it's not super difficult. So we're going to say while directories.count is more than 0, we're going to say string directory equals directories.dequeue. This is actually very good practice for my intern on Monday, because I haven't used queues in ages. This is actually a decent example of a queue. A queue is good if you want to like store things that you later want to execute. So this is a way to avoid recursion when wanting to go through a whole directory like onslaught. And I guess that's what the breadth first search is. I don't know why it's called that, but I mean, I know what that is, I guess. So you have a string directory, then you want to iterate over all of those files within the directory, right? Yeah, so I would just say select this. Yeah, no, I don't think I need this. I just need to do for each variable file in directory dot enumerate files root. Okay, so it's whenever I do, I don't know what it's trying to do. What do you? I don't know what you're trying to do right now, Codelens, but I'm not doing anything. Okay, wait, so what are you doing? Whatever. What was it? It was asterisk followed by what was it? It was extension. What am I going to use for that? So we have it now. We're getting a bunch of files. Oh yeah. So if not attribute dot has flag file attributes dot hidden and not attribute dot has flag file attributes dot system. And yeah, that I guess in those because that should already cover it. Files dot add file. For now, that's what we're doing. Could also enumerate it as a generator, but we'll see if we need that. Just ignore the Codelens pop-ups. I don't give a shit about what that's supposed to even be. Yeah, so we iterate over all the files, then we would enqueue every single one in there, right? So we would say for each variable subdirectory in directory dot enumerate directories given root. Yeah, I don't care, Codelens, go fuck off. We're gonna say directories.enqueue subdirectory. And then at the end, I guess we just return files, assuming everything went right. I don't know. I mean, supposedly this is the breadth first search system. But that didn't work. Oh yeah, because I didn't think I'm supposed to do search option, not top directory only, or something like that. Maybe not, I don't know, I could be easily have messed up the system here. No, it's loading for a long time. I think I did something wrong. It might be an infinite loop. Let's see here. Is this an infinite loop? Okay. So, count equals 0. Added, now count is 1. So now it goes in here. It dequeues it. That's the current directory. Count is back to 0. So, it gets only attributes. No file was found. Then it does this a lot. Wait, what happens if I... Okay, no, that does way too many. What are my options otherwise? Search pattern? Asterisk, I don't know. All directories? What would that do? Because the problem is this is the thing taking a million years. Okay, access the path. Where was that from? Line 38. That is... oh yeah. No, I can't do all directories. That's a bad idea. Because then it tries to go to even ones that you're not allowed to access. See, it's like... you can do enumeration options. Really? Just make sure you format it. Oh, trailing. And then use that in not top directory only, but options. This would be root asterisk options. Or does this just already do everything? I think that already recurses automatically. Okay, hold on. So what if, hear me out, what if we just we start at the bottom here, and we're going to start from the very beginning again. So we're going to say we have variable options equals new enumeration options. We're just going to have ignore inaccessible equals false or true. Yeah, that's right. You want to have that be true, and then recursive subdirectories equals true, and then of course attributes to skip. We want to skip these attributes, right? That makes sense, right? Then we have the options. Now we're going to say for each variable file in directory dot enumerate directories root asterisk extension options, and then say if file dot ends with, or just no, just say file dot add, or no, files dot add file, and then just return files. I don't know. It's a very simplistic way to do it, if that's allowed. What would this do? I'm interested. Somehow the recursive way was faster. Oh wait, no, this one just didn't give me anything, okay. Strange. Okay, if I just do asterisk though. Say I just did asterisk. Oh, wait, how did I break anything? Oh, because extension isn't used. This extension, I don't fucking know. Just let me run it. Okay. That give me everything and extremely fast, so if file dot ends with extension files that add file. I swear, if this is like the way, that's really fucking easy. No, see, like it only does everything. Why does it not give any results though? Why does it not return anything? Like, it just has nothing. Okay, it already automatically recurses through the directory, right? Pretty sure. That never ends with an extension is what it's saying. That it never finds MP3 anywhere. You're just saying files that add file. So it's raining really heavily all of a sudden, even though it's been burning hot today. Or at least now it is. I didn't really struggle with it before, but oh well, that's gonna need to go there. Wait, but where's the error even? Oh yeah, because it's... Give me a moment. Hold on. Okay. Okay, now files. 16,000 files, right? Now these are NuGet packages. I guess like files.where x contains MP3. We should time out. Ooh, okay. Files.where x dot contains no, just times out. But I swear, like, there has to be like something, right? NuGet vs documents no .NET Core. Like, I don't know what these are really. Newtonsoft. These are all packages, okay? These are like every single one of these. That was fun. That was lightning. Yep. There it is. Funhouse all of a sudden storming, huh? That was just pretty rough. Pretty rough, man. Extended hash. Extended reflection. All of this shit's just C# stuff. Like, does it go outside of this? Yeah, it's still just NuGet packages. Hold on. Where MP3, right? What happens? Yeah, it just goes into it stays in NuGet. It doesn't recurse. Well, I'm using the options, but I'm definitely not getting the same files. I just seem to get the NuGet packages. How about not x not contains NuGet? Not x not contains NuGet, right? See, they're using like a different get folder path. Special folder by user profile, no. Because all I'm seeing is like C# stuff, Python stuff. There's Thunder again, or Lightning. There's Light's fast. Yep, there we go. That one was close. And loud. Because it just seems to be in the current directory. Because if you do MP3, the only thing you get is that. Right? But .mp3 just doesn't exist. Right? Well, no. There are some .mp3s. Or ones and everything that doesn't contain MP3. That's why. It's so confusing. Like, it's like supposedly it's supposed to work, right? Like, I mean, but it gives you nothing. So it's like, how about Microsoft Word? How about you? Working on all directories. So apparently, I guess I can try that. The more, I guess, weird approach here. Okay, so say you had a directory info equals new directory info root, right? File list equals the directory.get files info.get files dot asterisk. Interesting, and enumeration options. That would just be this. I'm just gonna yank that from here and then here, take off the comment, add that to this. I guess you could do that, yeah. And then yeah, variable query equals from in file list file.extension is equal to .mp3. Order by file.name. Select the name, select file, and then return query dot to list. File dot name, full name. What if I actually cd project .net run and then do it? Okay, then it works. It might have just been because I was in the wrong. I was in the other folder. Yeah, because this works just fine. You can add this ending. This is an interesting. This is something that I've always been like, is this syntax better? I never use it because I never have to do long ass link queries. In general, I don't like those queries. You know, I can just say like, I'm more of a fan if I do like I say, for example, for each variable value in, what's it? Because that's basically variable file in file list. We say I guess asterisk dot asterisk forces it to find things that have a dot in there. Asterisk dot asterisk saying any amount before, any amount after. Doesn't matter how many. That's what it means. So, okay, so file, let's say yield return. I'm going to go back to this strat. File.name. We'll just say if file.extension is equal to .mp3. Although, wouldn't it be better if I said in directory dot enumerate files, right? And I stay root, search pattern being asterisk dot asterisk, followed by options. And then I turn these off, right? And then file dot ends with dot mp3. You just yield return file. Yeah, yield return file, right? And you don't need a return at all. You just yield return, and I can convert this things type to an IEnumerable string, which means this also has to be an IEnumerable string, right? Like what would this do if I again do .NET run, because that's pretty much the only way it's gonna work, I think. Oh yeah, that was it. See, that was super fast. And it gets every single one that is an MP3, right? The last index of say well, no, it'd be environment dot. Where is the constant? Because I know there was something in environment for like file machine name, new line, this process, 64 span environment variables, underpack, environment variables. I think it's getting environment variables. Dots. Yeah, I believe there is something like that. Process ID, process path, stack trace, system directory, system page size, tick count 64, user domain name, user interactive, username, version, working set. No. I swear there was something like that, like how to get the users folder separation char in C#. There we go. We're getting there, guys. I mean, the solution is stupidly simple. You just use some random thing that they made at some point and you're done. But the actual way is to use a queue, and that's a whole lot more interesting. But yeah, basically the only thing in that queue is you basically have to do a while loop, where constantly you enqueue every single thing that you were going to do recursively, and then go over that. And I think this just automates that whole process. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's path. Path.directory separator char, okay. Now, alternate directory separator char. I think that's what it was. Oh yeah, it's file dot as span. Okay, I'll say int last index equals file last index of. You can say last index until file dot length minus last index. There we go. Would this work? No. Because it's the math dot maximum value between last index and 0. Which it doesn't like that I'm using this syntax. So I have to use file.substring math.max last index 0. And again, here's the description starts as continues to the end of the string. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I want to do. I mean, the substring can be simplified, yeah, but they don't like it. Okay, well, that works. Not really the way I wanted it to, but Hold on, what does that mean? I have to find that up here. Right, like it doesn't actually do it. Like if I do backslash, it would work. I can't jump to these, so I wouldn't know what it is. But path dot directory separator char. Yeah, and then I can say last index plus 1. It actually makes me think I can just do that. Maybe? Yeah, cool. And then I can just move this back in. Make sure to tab it. There we go. Then I don't need any of this other shit. I mean, good to know what a breadth first search is, rather than just taking whatever I had, but, you know, this is easier and faster, so I'll take it. So this now gets every single file by their name. And again, let me actually time this. Let me say, to be fair, this might as well all be in the same method, because it's no longer recursive. In general, doing recursion here is a dumb idea if you can just do this. I mean, it's how it would have been done back in the day, but nowadays, no, because it's bad for performance. Okay, and then we're going to say string root equals environment dot get folder path of environment special folder dot user profile. There we go. Right, so now what I can do is I can have a time start equals datetime dot now, and then console dot write line datetime dot now minus start, because that's a time span, and then we can see how long that took. Most likely. Doesn't really show up here, does it? Oh yeah, because there's a file error that it didn't warn me about for some reason. Okay. Okay, so to enumerate all of that stuff, it needed to take 0.9 seconds, which is, you know, alright. Could have been worse. Again, 0.9 seconds, not so bad. And then this one's useless. Again, the thing we have now is like really, really simple, and that's great. I mean, it's just a bunch of options, a root, and then this is just for calculating. Now, right now, I think I'm just initializing it all. Why am I even using this dot where? Don't use the dot where. Dot where is just making things even longer. Yeah, but 0.88.9 seconds pretty much is what it's taking. Variable files equals this. Then do in files. That way we can see it a bit more accurately, I think. I mean, yeah, it's like 0.95 seconds in this case. That's good. It's a lot better than what, like, it was like 2 or 3 seconds like that we had before, so yeah, this is basically the way to do it. In general, recursion is one of those things that, yes, you have to learn it, but you can do everything without recursion. Although we have to learn recursion. I mean, procedural programming just allows you to use a while loop on anything. And queues and stacks make it really, really easy to just recreate recursion. I mean, for breadth first search, it's apparently just as simple as just, you enqueue everything that was going to be a recursive call to then be done in the next initiation of the while loop, right? The next iteration. But okay, I think we've made it. So I think we can cross that off now officially. Yeah, some file utils. We have get all files. Oh yeah, wait, I have to say string extension. And now I have to explain what that is again. Great. The extension to search for /param. Then instead of this, you ends with the extension. That's it. Yep, so that means in task, we can now say officially that's been done. That was more of a search on how to do that than anything else. But hey, it actually works. I thought it wouldn't. I really thought it wouldn't. But yeah, BOL is done then. Supposedly. Set to done. Because I technically haven't tested it. But can you really test this? I don't think you can. This is one of those things of like, I mean, I guess you can test, like, it'd be inconsistent though, because it's not like a pure function, right? It's not a pure function. It depends on your system. Like, it's not the same for everybody, because it uses the user profile. If I wanted to do it, I would have to specify a specific directory for testing, for unit testing, and then test. I should probably just make an overload for that, because then it actually is testable. And then the other one just reuses that, right, with a different thing. So like, in file utils, instead of this, I will say string extension, string path. And for that we'll say string path, string extension, right? Just for continuity. The path to the starting directory, the search in, iterate over, I guess. And then path will be this, which I'm going to copy. And then the root is the path, so boom. And then we're going to say public static IEnumerable string get all files, a string extension. We'll simply just call get all files given this and the extension. No path, so remove that. And there we go. made two overloads. One that we would actually use in the application, and one that would just be like for unit testing. Because then it is pure. It's a pure function at that point. You know exactly what you would expect. You would always get the same result because it's not mutable data. So, yeah. Unless you, of course, add it onto it, which, yeah, that's the tricky part. You would have to specify a specific folder that doesn't change for it to be consistent, which makes it hard to unit test. But yeah. I mean, all this does is create some options and then iterates over it with those options. And if it ends with that extension. In fact, okay, well, it's a dot followed by anything, right? What if I said .mp3? Would that work? Did I remove it? Might have removed it. I did. For each variable value in file utils dot get all files with .mp3 console.writeLine value and do a console.read line, right? Then just make sure that this is not .mp3 but rather the extension. Let's see what that does. Yep, that works. Don't even need it anymore. Goodbye. Boom. Even shorter. That's all you need. That's everything you need. That's all it is. It's literally just this, and there's nothing else. And this gets the name of the thing. So it might be easier not to use enumerate files though, and you get files instead, because it is, I think, important to have the name. Well, what's better here, okay? What's better? I really don't know. I feel like having a tuple of strings might be better. Hello, Busco. Okay. Yeah. To be fair, this is it's so funny to me how easy this is in comparison to like the actual way of using a while loop and then fucking queue and a queue where you enqueue and dequeue. I mean, it would have been good practice, I guess, but man, well, who cares? What was I gonna do? Yeah, because this works. Yeah, I was thinking maybe, because I mean, you can also do directory info or file info, but like, should I do that? I mean, what would be more efficient? Would a tuple be better? I guess, yeah, there'd be less overhead, right? There'd be less overhead to a tuple. I think that a string, it should be a string full name and then just string name. And this will be file, file. Shut up, Cold Lens, no one cares about you. I don't even know why it happens, but it just drives me crazy. Again, string full name, string name. I mean, we don't need all that other fucking overhead, okay? We just need that. Let's see what that does. Right, so now this is going to print every single one given this, and then also the So you can take the shortened version and then also the lengthy version. So that way I can write bytes to a specific file, I guess. Or read bytes from a file, not write. That'd be weird if you're writing to an existing file. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it for that one. So next thing to do, I suppose. We've gotten these done. Now it's for the true hell. Okay. So we're gonna close these. Open. Oh yeah, maybe I should do this first. I mean, right now I don't need this. I can just discard that. Added month enum. Song base. Property setters. I guess, and then created new file utils class for enum files based data. Simple stuff. Some changes. Get it in there. Okay. Yep. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna have to go to the main menu. Just take this out real quick. We're gonna have to go to the main menu, which is in presentation, main menu. Okay, so we're gonna have base options. We're gonna extend with new, not base options. We're just gonna private enumerable menu option. Add main options like this. New menu option, which is going to be the manage staff one that we had earlier, and then also before that one, new menu option like this, and what was it? Add song. Very simple. This is gonna call this dot add song, which for now doesn't exist. But we're going to add that. It's a private void. Add song. This dot move to next. New. How fast am I gonna be done with the midterm or the end term? Well, it depends. If the recursion question is gonna kick my ass, then probably a little longer than an hour. But I'd guess an hour. I think as long as they stick with linked lists, it's probably gonna take like 45 minutes to an hour. I mean, I don't expect things like stacks and queues to really kill me or anything. Neither do I think that higher order functions are an issue, because I mean, that's all I'm fucking doing. Then again, I don't know about arrays. Arrays are weird. So I mean, anything's possible. Yeah, add song menu, I suppose. Right, that's what I stated. So we do add song thing equals new add song menu object. That's going to be a new menu. So we're going to say add song menu.cs, namespace, presentation, public class add song menu inherits from yeah, it's pretty warm, but all of a sudden a fucking massive ass storm came and kind of ruined it, I guess. I mean, it's still warm, but it's just hilarious. Now it's like this fucking hot weather, and all of a sudden you see multiple, I don't know, like lightning lights, I guess. Don't know the English word for that one. But I mean, it's survivable. Okay, add song menu. Oh yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into a DTO and make a new DTO, songdata.cs, namespace, data DTOs, public record, yeah, record, yeah, song data. We'll just have a public string name gets set, I guess, public what else would it have? What is the other one? Oh yeah, genre, of course. So we have a public genre get set. Just gonna have a property for everything. Yeah, in theory, I could also just have Dapper use this song data and convert it into the thing. Although then again, it's one thing though. Because the object of what it's going to be is it's going to be like a string or something. So I don't know. Maybe that's not possible. I don't know. Because I'm repeating myself, obviously. So. I mean, I guess I could say that song inherits from song data, and that it then automatically has these. Maybe? I don't know. But what else does a song have here? Void radius. Okay, public datetime release date get set. Public I keep clicking the wrong thing. Yeah, which will be split into several things. The day, the month, the year. I guess you could store that as like several different numeric values and say that that's just what it's stored and that creates the release date. That's like one, because that's one chain of things, right? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, public string description, I guess. That's the wrong syntax. Void on a file, okay, yep. That's going to be public byte array, I guess. No, string. I'm gonna say string. Audio file get set. So this is just for entering song data, right? Is there anything else we're gonna need to keep track of? Artists. That's going to be a public list of artists. Or actually, I'd argue a stack of artists, because we're also going to allow us to remove some. So we need to be able to pop it off the stack if necessary. We're not going to use the value, but we need to at least do that, right? So artists, get and set, then public. I think that's it. I think these are the things we need. I don't want to fucking document this shit. DTO for holding song data, the name of the song, where it gets or sets oh yeah, but now I also need a constructor or something. Well, yeah, just set this to yeah, no, this can be nullable. In this case, just the final result can be. But that's fine. That's the genre of the song. Release date. That's what sets the description. And audio file path, and then no, this one would just be gets this song, which is empty artist. Does that work? No, of course not. It's an array. What are you doing, dumbass? New stack artist. Yeah. Then the only thing that isn't, yeah, this doesn't compile, but that's fine. I can fix that easily. Have file header, boom, done. This is gonna compile now. Make sure this also has the header. So we're going to have a song data they're transferring data here. So we're going to have a private song data equals new song data. So that has all the default things first. I'm going to do data models. I don't need that. Okay. Now we're going to do public add song menu, which is going to call the base with song menu. Again, what is Codeland's trying to do? What are we going to be throwing it in here? I mean, base is just going to be doing a bunch of stuff, I think. So I don't think we really need to do anything there. Say what it does, I guess. And then this, the add song menu UI. And then it doesn't implement these members, so let's implement abstract class. Okay, so fields failed. Yeah, so this is basically going to be a bunch of checking if something is null. Okay, so this dot data dot name is null, or is not null, or this dot data dot genre is not equal to dot none. I need to import data models because I don't want to have that long of a fucking thing. Okay, so that's going to be that, and then or. Actually, I think or is best done here. Have maybe like that. Okay. This dot data dot what will be next? Release date. To datetime dot min value or actually it should be an or, it should be an and. Now I go to new and what else? What else was in data? Just check. Description, audio file. Is the data dot description is not null, and this dot data dot. Well, I mean, in theory, a record is a record, right? As long as it's not the same thing as the record. No, because you would need all things to be like that. So I think you have to do this. That audio file is not null. And make sure you do that. So that's our validation. I guess you can do something like that. That looks ugly as hell. That's way too long of a line, so it's gonna be something like that. I don't think I can do it much better than that. Okay. I mean, what is it normally? Yeah, I just do an error doc. I'm not gonna type out a whole thing again. Start options. Again, inherit doc is probably the best here. Header gets the header for the add song menu, and then protected override. What? That doesn't make sense. And I'll keep it on inherit doc for now. See what we'll do with them later. So instead of this, just do this dot admin options. Simple enough. Maybe say this dot append. And there's a menu option array. No, because it's all of them, right? Not. And what else does this have? Can I do like a combine method here? because .union, that's something I can do. .union this.admin options. You know what? It works. I'll take it. Yeah, there's no point in calling it an array because you're adding it to something else. This also might as well be an IEnumerable. Because it's going to be determined later. There we go. That's a pretty good one. Also, can you shut up? Yeah. So for add song menu right now, a lot of these things are not implemented, right? So the start options, what are the start options going to be? Well, that's a complicated one. That's what this tasks being is for. Get to look at it. So we have, so we have to show, so let's say new menu option, name, this.data.name question mark NA. It's gonna be a lot of that. It's gonna be a lot of that. Oh yeah, this needs to be a thing here, and then I also need to add an action, which can be get name, I guess. With that would mean just this.get name, which doesn't exist at the moment, but that's how we would have to do it. So now we can do that with this.data.genre. I think that's fine. Maybe .get name. It's probably a smarter idea. And then get genre. Right? I mean, it's just a matter of like filling it in. That's like the good thing about this system. When you've done the beginning, it's really simple. Also, this should say genre. I still have to specify it like this. There's no other way. There just isn't another way. You kind of have to specify it like this. I mean, you could also say like everything is set to NA by default, but not everything is a string, so that doesn't make sense. Now, release date, yeah, this one's the format. Get release date. New menu option. The other thing is going to be description. Not replace. Backslash add with. That's what I did before, so we'll do it again. And then a question mark. In case that is null, which means NA. This will be this dot get description, new menu option, What else do we have? Audio file. File path. This dot data dot audio file. And then make sure to say this dot get audio file. Not done though. New menu option. Artists, which is this dot data dot artists dot select, or rather, it'd be string dot join. Not backslash n. Comma. This dot data dot artists. Right, and we already have a toString for that, so that's no problem. Followed by this dot get artist, and then new menu option, I mean, I can also say like yeah, I've just realized that like my my way of doing like the menu is a bit flawed, because if you no it isn't, because again you can't change it back to being wrong because of the validation, so it's perfectly fine. You would never be able to accidentally reset it and be incorrect, right? So what I could do is I could say well, I could say this one's a bit hard though, because like it needs to be based on the scenario. Is this here? In that case, remove. If it's not, don't remove and don't show up, right? Like that's kind of like the idea. Yeah, I might be able to do something in the constructor for that, to add another thing to that that event. Last artist. And then this would be this dot remove last artist. Okay, so I think that's all of them. Quite a lot, right? Confirm and this header. What was the header? What would be the header? What would the header be? Song details. I guess. I don't know, something like that. Yep, and then we can just simply say something like private void get name. Oh, it's not even. Private void get genre. Private void. What's it? Get release date. Private void get description. Private void get I mean, could you theoretically still do like a backslash n based system, but with menus? But yeah, but then you would have to like stop it after like 10, right? So like I don't know, it's hard to do. But you could do it if you had like say 10 lines in which you could do it or something. Like you could say, hey, fill in for each line. That'd be hard to read. I don't know. It's just in general a mess to do that in a console application. Get audio file, get artist. Okay, we've almost done the setup. Private void get or remove last artist. There we go. So now all that compiles. Cool. Well, yeah, let's, of course, classic confirm, but that gets added on top of start options, right? Confirm just gets added, like, later on for, away. So if I that logs me into that, so I can say add song. Genre is blank. Oh yeah, because I don't have anything in none for none. That's unfortunate. Now I can just say like question mark genre dot none. Which would mean none. I guess for now. For now, that's how it's going to be. Oh yeah. That one's a bit hard, I guess. That one you might need to make like a helper method or something, or like a property. It's like a private property or something. Like maybe down here, just do like a private string, artist string. Data.artist.length count is equal to 0, question mark. NA otherwise string.join comma this.data.artists. And then we can just say this.artist string, right? So, logging in again. You do this. Yeah, we'll just say NA, remove last artist. Yeah, and that's default. And then, yep. Right. So I think we've gotten that set up. It shows a list of all the things, right? So that works. Now void name is just your day-to-day thing. Just make sure it's not empty. For songs, that's all the validation you really need. So get name is just gonna be input helper dot validate enter the name of the song, right? This will be message. What validator are we going to be using? That's going to be input logic dot is not empty. Now our setter is going to be art node, but it takes in pair value, so we're going to do name. This dot data dot name equals name. Simple as that, and then hide spools, and that's fine. So yeah, because that's all we need, right? I mean, not much else to it. That should theoretically work now. So say you did this, 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 this. Input cannot be empty. Oh yeah, was it the thing if it has to have at least 3 characters? Nah, the only thing it can't be is empty. There's always some character. But that's the only validation you need. So okay, it works. Beautiful. Next, get genre. This is a bit more complicated. This one's a little complicated. So basically this is gonna call, let's say, yeah, this dot move to next. New property menu. Type genre. Let's say enum utils dot is category all with flag. What does all flag do? No, that's not what I'm looking for. I think it's in genre utils. Maybe. No? I mean, if you're doing like something like genre dot, well, basically I want to find things that have no flag. Right? Because you're saying enum.getValues genre is not sufficient, but you know what? For now, it is sufficient. I'm gonna say the exact thing. Its objects would be this. What else do we have? Prefix is going to be genres. Setter is going to be, again, G, I guess. This dot data dot genre equals G. And the name getter is name getter G dot get name. none. Once by no question mark NA. How about that? Yeah, I guess choose a genre, something like that. Right? So if I type in like hello, for example, genre, choose a genre. Size needs to be even bigger. So again, see it shows. Yeah, because some of them aren't in that dictionary that I made. Which is why that's the case. In general, I don't think I even need that dictionary because I don't even think you need to be parsing. You just need to be converting it to an actual name. So I really never needed it in the first place. But yeah, see, this is a good example of a page system. What happened to that? Genre, page menu, page menu. Wait, is that? What happened? What? No, okay, that's weird. Okay, hold on. So, no, I would have to override. Why does it? Hold on. Yeah, because it saves for some reason. Okay, that's my problem. Property menu. Moving into the next one should be done. Okay, well then that's a page menu problem. I think. The move to next. Where's that happening? Here we go. That's why. Add stack false. Add stack false. I feel like I'm having a little bit of a migraine now. Okay. Come on. So what we got here? Oh yeah, it's almost like 11 p.m. Jesus. Again, type in this. So I do next. Next. Turn out to add song menu. Type in NA. None. Classical. Jazz. Easy listening. That shouldn't be in there. Dance. Dubstep. I guess you can do like enumerated dot where g dot is category. I guess dot to array. See what that does. only gives you a couple things. No, it would be not g.s category. Perfect, because that gives you the exact things you want to filter out, right? And I could say login. Okay, here we go. Fun times, right? Okay. So like funk, for example. See, works perfectly. And you can say, there we go. Perfect. Cool, works. Works just as I want it to. Fantastic. Okay, so we can mark that off. Name's been done, genre's been done. That one was pretty simple. Easier than I thought it would be. Now this is where it gets hard. Because I've done the enum thing before, but this is tricky. So would mums be better? I think mums might actually be better because yeah, because we start with that then, right? So get release date is a little strange. We're gonna have to say this dot move to next. New property menu. Oh hey, it's back, supposedly. I think that lightning might have destroyed some internet thing. Hilarious. Okay. Let's see here. You know, I'd say sort of byte. You know, I'm kind of thinking like, you know, because you have to, yeah, because there would be certain ones where it's like, no, no, because there'd be a combination. I don't think that would work. So what if I said month, right? Just month. Again, we're gonna say objects, enum.getValues, month, in this case it really is just that, prefix, choose a month, yeah, choose a month, setter. Okay, the setter is a bit more complicated. The setter is where it gets weird. And I don't know if this is going to work. But it's going to call... It's going to call a new menu, which is going to call a new menu. It's going to be a pretty weird one. Okay, so we're going to say this dot move to next. Make sure and do month. Move to next. New property menu. I don't know what I'm doing exactly, but it's... Yeah, okay, and then we can say int. Which is going to be another layer to it. Don't know if this is going to work, but you never know. So the setter. Now, okay, objects is, we're gonna need some switch. Okay, so we're gonna do like, we're now in here, private int switch month. Be month switch, right? And you can say one, every single one with, so that would be 1 or 3 or, so it'd be month.January or month.February or actually not March or month.May or month. Okay. Months with 31 days. I never remember. March, May, July, August, December. Okay, July, August, October, December. Okay. August or month dot October or month dot December. Right, I think that's the best to do, right? And it's a month dot what are the other ones? Month dot April or month dot June or month dot September or month dot November 30, and then month of February will return. Okay, well, no, because you can't specify. No, you have to actually enter it in a completely separate order. You can't do this because it has to be the year first. Then you have to determine, based on the year, what month of February is, right? Because if it's a leap year, then that's a different story. Although you could say that this is 29 and then underscore from argument out of range exception. Invalid month, no account could be assigned name of month. Then it wants me, oh yeah, it's me using that. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it to 29, and then I'm going to filter the years based on if the February was 29. That's going to be an interesting one. That's just range, and then range filtered on something. But yeah, so, and again, let me just do a name getter first. Can I just do that object.toString? Or mom.toString? Can I do that? Because just toString isn't going to cover it, is it? Or it will. No, because it's going to think it's the wrong one. Yep. enum.toString. Here we go. Okay, now we're going to have to specify objects here, which is going to be switch month. Well, it's going to be enumerable dot range 1 which would be switch month plus 1, because otherwise it wouldn't go all the way. Month plus 1. This dot switch month. Although I'd say this is static. Okay, don't know why it's being weird with the static. It's just decided to be weird with the static, and I don't know why. Okay. But yeah, that would be the objects. Now we need the prefix. I don't know if this works. It probably doesn't, but it's hilarious. Choose a day. Right? And then we can say setter, which will say this stuff move to next. Well, it wouldn't work because this stuff move to next references this object and not the other object. It doesn't mention itself, so what I would do, what I would say would do is I might have to make my own separate thing for this. I don't think I can just use property menu. Because this is a complicated pattern. Maybe if in property menu I were to say like that the select also takes in itself, the setter can also take in. I mean, I can say that technically, right? Property menu T. It could, right? At this in month, right? Dot move to next. Yeah, no. I think this is better done. Huh? I think this is better done as a separate menu. This sort of works, but yeah, you can specify, because my idea is that it's a whole hierarchy, right? It's one takes you to another, takes you to another, until it reaches a point where it stops. Because if I go super deep into hierarchy, it would sort of work, but I think it'd be better if I made a whole object for this, like a whole menu just for that, right? For daytime stuff. Perhaps a whole daytime menu where you select the day, month, and year separately. Right? Like day, month, and year are all different things. Because I don't think this is possible. Even though it would be hilarious if it was. can say this dot moves to next. That just means this one moves to next, not the other one, right? Although you could make a public method that would allow you to do that, but that would be dangerous as well. You might have to make a whole page menu thing that it's not a property menu, or rather inherits from property menu, but it overrides select, and then instead of doing setter, say you build up a bunch of stuff. It's probably way easier if you have like another form thing where it's just like you have a day, you have a month, and you have a year, and based on what you've already entered, you would do that. But the problem is the results that you get are based on what you've entered, which I guess wouldn't be so hard. It would just be checking day, month, and year, and then also time and date and whatever. So I guess, yeah, let's make a datetime menu.cs, namespace presentation, public class datetime menu, inheriting from form menu. We'll just implement that, and also do public datetime menu, which actually should have a bool. Ask time equals true, and then this don't ask. Jesus, we can just say private bool ask time, and then we can say this dot ask time equals ask time. Make sure this also calls the base. Date menu, I suppose. And let's have a private byte day, a private month, and a private int year, and also a private int hour, private int minutes. Which are all default. Okay, fields filled would mean, well, it's dependent on the scenario, right? It's going to be ask time question mark. Ask time question mark. If so, it's going to be day not equal to 0. Okay, well, that would be this dot day is not equal to 0, and this dot month is not equal to. Oh yeah, and I should probably have a none in my month thing. That's actually something I didn't think about. None. The default month. this dot so it would be this, right? And then be this dot ask time question mark. In that case, well, first will be this dot this dot year not equal to 0. And this dot ask time question mark hour is not equal to 0, and this dot minute is not equal to 0. Actually, that one is better as -1 because that one can actually be 0. These can't, so otherwise true. So it's not this not ask time or okay. Yep. Simple enough. Hair doc. Okay. So new menu option. I should probably do like private enumerable menu option, base options, new menu option, day, and then this dot day, this dot day, get a new menu option, month, and that's this dot month, this dot get month, new menu option. Why make it complicated when you can just do this? There we go. This dot year. And this dot get year. You could also argue this can be in its own menu that just inherits from daytime menu, and it's just an extension. So say that this is a date menu. This is a date menu. There's no ask time. Ask time is useless. There is no hour and minute. So this is all irrelevant. and the base options are the options. So you do this, and then you just give private void get day, private void get month, private void get year, which depending on what your answers are currently for day, month, and year will determine what you get. Right? Yeah, this is a way better idea, because then we can actually properly use inheritance the way it's meant to be used. Okay, again, no confirm for the moment, because that way you're just able to also exit back to the other one anytime you wish, which is way better. So get day is going to return a new property menu, which is going to be bytes. I've decided on that, yeah. Now this is going to be, okay, so objects, it's going to be enumerable dot, range 1. And now this is dependent on both get month and get year. Get day is probably the hardest one to do because it's dependent on the month and year. Well, that's super difficult. Yeah, the year is just, is it a leap year? That's not too hard. Yeah, again, I would just say like private void, private int, switch month, and then this is what I had in my add song menu. So I'm just gonna do that, make it static because there's no reason for it to not be static. Right? So the only thing I would need to do is call switch month, this dot month, this is logic, so this logic will actually go in business logic somewhere, some utils file. Value equals this dot year I think there's a daytime dot is leap year, right? Yeah, is leap year. This dot year question mark. If value, if month dot February value when datetime dot is leap year is dot year, which means I'm gonna have to have an int here. It would be 29, and then month dot February 1 day. Then it would be 28. That's all we need. It's really simple. This dot move to next. This would just be switch month. This dot month. This dot year. Yep. Prefix. Choose a day. Simple enough. Center. Say like day. This dot day equals day. And name getter. Day would be day. Binary. Is there also a byte range? No. It's not like bytes. So array still not work. But why is it? I guess enumerable dot range is by default. And I guess dot cast to bytes. Oh yeah, bytes. Convert dot to byte x. And convert dot to byte. I mean, if that's the case, I might as well just make it an int, because then there's less overhead. Turn it back to an int, because then no select is necessary. Force this into an int, and then it makes sense. Okay. I guess I have to explain what all this shit is. The date menu UI. Standard text. I can just keep inherit doc everywhere. Because, yeah. Let's have header down, because header gets the header of the date menu. Really simple shit anyway, so. is menu. Don't feel like explaining an exception. Oh yeah. This is more of a generic, it's more of a general thing, but it's more of a number utils thing anyway. I guess it's business related. Perform the methods. Oh, it's like perform the private ones. I see. So there we go. Yeah, even month on none should be part of that. There we go. Okay. So instead of all this, let's move into a new date menu for now. Which is its own menu altogether. Which is good because we're going to be reusing this logic a lot. Right? Okay, I should compile. It's not going to compile. What am I missing? Read only? Why would I do that? And what's not compiling here? Never assigned to or used though. Are you sure about that? Month not none equals 0. That satisfy your needs? And indeed does. So say I did this. Not implemented? Oh, because I didn't implement everything yet. Oh, the header. Date information. Okay. Month none, year 0. What happens if I do this? Next. 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 Back. 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 Okay, well, it seems to work. It's the same thing for month, except again, slightly different logic. Property menu for month. Objects. Because we can only get values month. Prefix. Choose a month. Setter. This dot month equals month. And then name getter month. Or just name getter be month dot to string. I mean, again, that's all it is. And then here, the only difference is which months exist given the months. Well, that's again, it's going to be might be better as a dictionary. Private dictionary month int month. Data. Private static read only. Month data equals and I mean actually a month array, right? So again, 31 would give you how many? All of these. Fernie. Okay, so we have month dot April, month dot June, month dot September, dot November. Now, this last one is dependent on the scenario. Yeah, because I mean, is there some way to calculate this other than just this? It might be right. I mean, is there some consistency there? Okay. So we have 0, 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12. So that would mean month modulo is equal to 0 and there is some math you can use here. Or month of August, something like this, right? Because you have month on none, month marginal 2 is equal to month of none, and not equal. Not equal to 0. Otherwise, it's yeah, okay. So this is default math to know that this gets converted to. Now the other remaining ones are 2, 4, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, because at some point it stops being consistent and starts being month is less than or equal to 7, or just less than 8. Or month modulo 2 is not equal, is equal to 0, and month is 1. more than equal to 8. Then, yeah, I think this is the validation for that. The other one would be an else, right? Pretty much, or else if it's not equal to month of February. And then there's an else if this pattern storing in a dictionary, this is a better way to do it. Also year, daytime, that is leap year, and then finally an else. Right? I think this is the logical way to do it, I think. I mean, this is going a bit overkill, I think. The idea is basically this wouldn't work either way. I mean, there's that, but I also want to be able to reverse it, right? Reverse the order. If you want to reverse the order, you gotta basically rewrite it again. Give it an int day switch. Do it again, so it'd be 31 would just be new array that would be this, right? How do you backwards engineer it based on the day? Because that's what I'm thinking, like, this seems really dumb to do this way. So if there is some way to do this, and I think the way was honestly to do this. However, this one's dependent on the scenario, right? 29 and 28. So there's a dictionary with days. So I guess this will return month data To dictionary. The value is key is that, so and then kvp dot key dot contains key try get value of month. This one's confusing, man. About this. We can say, because right now it's this, right? So you have to check if the value then again, not sure how I feel about this. I mean, even if you implemented this, you would only be doing it from one way. Yeah, and then private static month array get months with an int day. Again, this is one of those where I'm like, okay, well, it's based on the day, right? Switch. Again for one. And I hate repeating myself with this, but don't know if there's a better way. So I should go to sleep soon. Month array. April, June, September, November. Array simply contains containing February. And then 28, new month array, month, not February. So I kind of cached that here. This kind of does it for me. So I don't need this cache anymore. Right. Oh, I accidentally got rid of this, really? Mm-hmm. So let's name day. The months given this dot day. So it gets all months with the given day. Well, no. It it's a bit different because this is the day, and the only thing that happens is get intersect. I'd actually say month array months equals enum dot get values month, right? And then say if day is more than day is equal to 31. Months dot accept month dot ones that don't exist. In this case are 1st. February wouldn't exist. Month dot April wouldn't exist. Month dot June wouldn't exist. Month dot September wouldn't exist. Month dot November wouldn't exist. Surprised I don't force you to do it this way. Okay, this rate I might as well just do this. Day is equal to 30. Yeah, this is better as a switch expression. Months except and then 29 when not daytime dot is leap year is the year. Day is year. So oh yeah, and let's say or 29 when and an underscore would be months. Something like that. And this is where you go intersect months. This dot year. So now if I say I said pretty one, right? And this you can get May, July, August, October, December, which makes sense, right? Pretty 1 days, 21 days, 21 days, 21 days, 21 days, 21 days, right? Say I wanted 30 days. Where did that happen? Almost 100. Jesus. Line 68 of daytime menu. 68. Oh, okay. Year is more than 0 and right. Do 30. When you get here, you would get every single scenario outside of the ones that are ready. Okay. Yeah, because the next page, November, December, and none is included for no reason. Yeah. New month array, month on none, dot to array. Okay. Now here there should just be 12, right? Yeah. Which makes sense. It doesn't make sense. No, it's not an or. Because this is the exact same, but you have to do it in another way. Right. Yeah, okay, now it should only have 11 results. Set it to 29. All of them show up. As soon as I set it to oh yeah, because the actual selecting of the year needs to be int. That'll be enumerable range 1970 to this the year. Rename this the year. Rename this the year. That wouldn't be it, because I would still have to do some calculation. Actually, So dot where. Well, okay, it would be if that's the case. Date time, that is leap year, X. Otherwise, true, maybe. It's always true if it's not this scenario. Right? Because it's is leap year. Yeah, so it is the case. Check for leap year, otherwise just say it's always true. Which means that. And so after this I have to go to sleep. It's like midnight now. Oh, it's been really fun, man. February. Yep. Holy shit. Wait, today not year. Of today is 2026, so why would it be going from 2996? Wait, okay, wait, range is it's the start and the amount. Oh. Minus 1970. I was like, well, 50 pages, that's a lot. First time this is the first time I've ever used enumerable.range, by the way. I never use it in my life. Okay, so set it to June 29, just February, right? So now you can go here, it goes all the date up to 2024, right? Set it to January. Now it gives you everything. Yeah, because that works for any scenario. The only issue is, because you're able to do this, if you change one, that might make the other one inaccurate. That's a big problem, huh? With this whole system. That's why I think I have to do it like, not as a menu system, but as just like it's like a property menu, you know, it does this, moves to the next. Yeah, that's a hard one. I think I'd have to refactor how I do this. Instead of for menu, maybe like this inherits from property menu, and we just override the thing and say like, you first do this, then you're asked something else, and you're asked something. Like it's a chain, right? It's not. Wait. But if it's a chain. Wait, why am I even doing this? I just realized how easy this is. Oh my god. The only thing I need to do, I think. Well, no, because, like, okay. There is something I need to do, right? There is move to next, which throws you over to the next. However, this executes, meaning it will end. That means that the next one can only be activated within the menu itself. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change it up a bit and change one of the things. So it allows you to chain them. Because otherwise you would just be able to change one of those things and it would be accurate. Well, I guess not really. You can just have like an extra check and confirm. You could have an extra check and confirm. And then if all the data is correct, then you can create a datetime and return that datetime. But it's only if it's correct. Yeah. Are there other things I can do with datetime? Like, what else is it? Days and month. Days and month? Oh. So none of this was necessary is what you're saying? Because then you're saying basically one with days and month. Daytime. Days and month. It's not year, it's not month. As an integer. Alright. Well, that's days and month. Can I also get months and days? Or rather like, because that gets you the amount of days in a month. How do I get the amount, the available months for a given amount of days? I think that does require a switch. I don't. Yeah, can intersect. I think intersect months is required. Switch month isn't. Yeah, so I can say daytime dot days a month int dot year this dot year this dot month as an integer. I mean, the problem is, like, how can I make it a chain? I think tomorrow what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and look at this again, but more clean mind, because right now I'm so tired. So, yep, hope you all enjoyed. I'm gonna go. Hope you guys